Hello, welcome. It's starting like a minute early. Whatever, fuck it. 1 minute, who cares? Go. Just the way my glasses are getting pushed into my head by my headphones, so it's not too uncomfortable. There we go. Oh. A little bit of like fluff coming up in the microphone. I'm sure that's fine. How is everyone? There's no one here. Who would be watching this? But I do like that logo. Oh yeah, the Croc Aquarium logo. Man, that looks great. We want to kind of like, ooh, we want to kind of like look at this place from the guest eye view a bit, I think. We're like head high here. You don't see too much, do you? You come past here, it's just like, ooh, it's a concrete wall with some stuff on it, and then it's a little like garden. Okay, cool. Come out to the steps. Came from like kind of the wrong direction here because we see the tiny little unfinished corner, but from all the other angles. Yeah, it looks good. That little shop in there is cool. Like viewing area. See the crocodiles hanging around. All the gardens. It's good. I like it. Okay. So today I want to work in this area. I know we want like some kind of restaurant in here, right? So maybe... Actually, maybe we start by just pathing this whole area up. Align to grid and just like... I've got some idea. Well, I've got a few ideas what I might want this restaurant to look like. I'm not sure which of those ideas I'm going to go with. I do know where I want it to be-ish, kinda. Well, I don't even quite know that. I know I want it to be somewhere in this, like, area here. Maybe more like this far. Not sure. Man, there must be a better way to do this, right? Holding down doesn't do anything, like control, clicking. Some of the arrows, like shift arrows, no, shift goes up and down. You can't change the widths when you're on grid. Like, elevated length? Nope, that doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't know. I think you just have to click. You have to do a whole bunch of clicking. The annoying thing is we're gonna end up deleting a bunch of this path. Sorry, people. Oh. What? Okay. Okay, we'll we'll figure that out later. Maybe. Or maybe we'll do that right now. That little, like, bit of dodginess there. Okay. Let's see. See, this path here as well, this, like, straight path that goes along there. That doesn't necessarily need to stay. Like, that happens to be the path that we've taken. It does probably, we want to keep it here, because otherwise we'll have to, like, mess around with this path again, and it'll become unaligned from all this, like, work that we put in here. So we can't really mess around with it too much. But we can mess around with it all we want around this area. I mean, first things first. How wide is this? 6? Is there like a angle snap? Yeah. This seems right. Okay. Not entirely sure about that. Oh, that's nice. Now that there's like a wider plaza here, the people are less like clumped up. They just spread out a little. In reality, everybody would walk this way, right? They take the quickest path. I guess some people would walk this way because they want to like have a little look at the flamingos. Hey, you had a great view of the flamingos here, actually. You can get super close to them. You could touch them. You're not allowed to. Don't touch the animals, but you could if you were so inclined. Okay, I think this like side bit here we don't need. It's going to be a little bit hard to select because of all these like people walking in it. Come on. Let me. There we go. I think I grabbed it all. Nice. I kind of want to put something there actually. So let's get some of those guest stoppers. Are they security? Oh, why is it doing that? I think I want to put like planter here or something. Hopefully that's gonna block them all. We'll wait for these ones to clear out, and can I know there's a setting for like controlling how many guests there are. Limit number of guests, so we'll put that down to 500. Let's see if it will like despawn some of these guests. Hasn't despawned these checks. Oh, I feel like maybe some have despawned, or maybe they've just started like moving around the curve thing. Why are they all like, you know, gyrating around here so much? Do they need to recalculate their paths? I wish there was just like a remove all guests from park button. Maybe there is. Maybe if we like close the park, can we do that? We like go to the entrance and close the zoo. It's not a park, it's a zoo. If we could just change the time, right? Set it to, when does the zoo close? The zoo will be closed at 2 AM, so we'll set it to 2 AM, and all the guests should leave. Right? Because the zoo is closed. By the 2 AM for 4 AM, I can read numbers. What do the people think? Are they thinking, I want to leave because the zoo is closed? There's one person, should be more scenery. Wow, this person's having so much fun. They've just walked in. What an amazing place! How cool! I guess there is like this cool like entrance building, isn't there? Are they all leaving? Have we got like a big clog up in the at the entrance now? Everyone's leaving the park. The zoo. It's a zoo, it's not a park. You know what I could do? I could change the opening hours, make it so it's only open between 8 and 11. Seems weird, but, you know. Yeah. And then we can set it to be daytime. Whoa. Whoa, my eyes. But people will still all leave? Maybe? I don't think these people are ever gonna leave. Is there like a console that we can open up? I'm gonna like Google it. Red Zoo. All guests. Where are the guests? Is there any way to get all the guests to leave? Why do they need to leave? How to get here? Maybe removal guests would be a better wording. Blah blah. Just getting stuck. Oh, cheat code list. Maybe this will have a cheat. Oh, this is just things to name your animals to. And make them do dances and stuff like this. Yeah, okay. Not useful. The only thing you can do is limit the amount of visitors allowed in the zoo. I don't think there's any way to do it to remove all the guests. The zoo's closed. What are you people doing here still? Are they all leaving? Are they like slowly making their way out? Maybe if we like put it on fast forward, eventually they'll all leave. We need to try to... I just want to get rid of them all so that I can do some work on the zoo without all these annoying people in the way. At least this is less clogged up now. Aren't these people meant to be getting ejected? Eject. Eject group. Eject group. Eject group. Eject group. Eject group. Eject group. Wait, is that one of them leaving? Maybe. They're having like a raid party here, but they're not leaving. They have been marked for ejection though, so maybe they will be ejected soon. Yeah, look, I can't click on it for most of these people because their group has already been marked for ejection. Eject group. Eject group. Eject group. I guess these people are a group. Eject group. They're all a group. Eject. How big are the groups? Seems they're quite big, right? Like that whole slot there is a bunch of... That's a whole group. Okay, are they being ejected? Do we need like staff? Do I need to like buy security? Hire some security guys to eject these people? They're just walking straight away. They're walking away. They're not ejecting anyone. What's this guy doing? It's wandering around. They're not getting ejected. And the guests aren't leaving even though the zoo is closed. Huh. Stupid guests. Get out of here. There must be like a despawn all guest command. So despawn. Yes. I want to kill my guests. How? You just can't. You can't despawn the guests. How to get guests out of my habitat? Maybe that'll help. Pause the game and move them manually? You can move the guests manually? Ah. How do I move a guest? Move. We drop him in the lake? Oh, it's not... Man. In a Roller Coaster Tycoon, you could just drop guests into the lake. Okay, so if we move all these people off the bridge, then maybe they'll get ejected and leave. Okay, it's moving like each group at a time. There are a lot of them stacked on top of each other over here. But finally, we're gonna get rid of them all. Maybe. How many of them are there? Okay, it is slowly Slowly we're getting less. There we go. There's only like a few stragglers left now. It's a bit hard to see what I'm doing actually. Maybe I can do like this. I can like click them over there somewhere. Yeah. So I can like more easily see what I'm clicking on here. And I can still drop them down. These people have been here for like a week or something, just having a dance on the bridge. But they never get tired. They're just like hopped up on meth or something. Just drop. Okay, almost got rid of more. Hey, we don't want to move that. We want to move this person. Uh-huh. And this person. This one. It's probably like 1 or 2 groups left here. Or 3, or 4, who knows. Finally! This bridge that's been clogged with annoying guests for so long. There's no guests on it anymore. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay, so they should all get ejected now. For some reason, the other guests refuse to leave, even though the zoo is closed. Everyone's still just like running around, doing their thing. So we're just gonna have to, I guess I'll reopen the zoo again. Let's get it back to midday so it's nice and light. Yeah, there's still people entering, even though the zoo is meant to be closed right now. Fine. Fine. But we'll put it back to whatever it was. What was it, like 6 AM to... Oh, we can't pick a, like, specific time. It has to be 6:09. It wouldn't open at 6 AM, would you? Probably open like 7. Till 11, man. Who's going to the zoo at 11 PM? Guess we can have like a late night adults only zoo experience. That's when we let all the animals mate and the people can watch it. If they are, you know, weird perverts or something. Man, wouldn't it be cool if the restaurant was like here and you can look at, like, we'll have the restaurants right on the edge of the flamingo habitat. What if the restaurant was like on top of the flamingo habitat? Parts. That's like... How high is that? It's quite high. But we could have the This doesn't really fit with the idea of the restaurant that I was thinking of, but maybe we'll go freeform. We'll like just do a completely different kind of design for it. Who cares? It doesn't need to be the same as what I was thinking. That was just an idea. And now that idea is being scrapped. Large wooden horizontal planks. I feel like we want to use something, not a stone, for this. Like this is gonna be like the balcony of the restaurant. I reckon these logs look nice for a balcony. I think we probably want to put it back on like normal speed. Wow. I'm not sure exactly how big I want this to be. I don't think I want it to like go over the land like that. I think I want it to just be over the water. How many across is this? 4. Four is probably good. I suppose we're going to need to create some kind of way for the people to get up. Oh, cool. If you delete the path they're on, they just despawn. Or maybe they teleport them away or something. Let's change like the ground of where the restaurant will be into this wooden stuff. So we need to like, I guess we need to not be on the grid in order to connect this up. Width 4. Is that the correct width to? There we go, stairs. Okay, nice. That's probably a reasonable size for the restaurant to be. I think I kind of want it to. How many squares is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. Or maybe I'll have like an overhang here. Yeah. So like underneath here. So this is what 3 across. That kind of works. Alright, construction time then. I think we want to make this out of like regular walls. I'm not sure what kind of walls I want though. Let's have a look at the kinds of wall pieces that we could go for. See, what I was thinking of doing. Maybe like. I don't love that piece. This isn't quite as wide as the curve, which is a bit of a pain. It doesn't like position staff. Nope. We can't like snap it to the. Why does it go at weird angles? So it's because it's like snapping to the curve. It's like snapping to the like sides of this very slight curve. But if we get it in the center of the curve, it shouldn't try to do that. Maybe we're not on the edge of the curve. I don't know if that's actually the thing I want it to be. Breeze blocks? Brick. Change the color of the brick? No. Can we change the color of the breeze blocks? No. Can we change the color of any of these things? The concrete we can. This one? Nope. This one? Yeah. But we don't really want like corrugated metal. Corrugated iron wall panel. Dry stone. It's just like castle bricks. doesn't really fit the yeah, that definitely doesn't fit the aesthetic that we got going. Ooh, there's like Scandinavian kind of planks. Ooh, what about these blocks? These are interesting. These look like something you see in like a theme park or something. They're very like ice blocks. Limestone. Doesn't look much like limestone. Looks more like stucco or something. It's very plain. Oh, it's changeable color. Cool. Metal clad wall. Could make a kind of industrial restaurant. I kind of like the logs. So also metal clad, metal panels, some mud wall. Oh, I don't think that would really fit the look we're going for this restaurant though. Painted brick. It's this plaster wall. Okay. Sandstone bricks. Cool. Snow blocks. Just like a really white brick. Stained wood. Ooh. Make this wood any color we want. We can basically make it a wood color. Let's see. We can choose any color we want. That's fair. I suppose if we're gonna have wood floor, we probably don't want wood walls as well, though. Stone brick. What's this? Temple wall. Huh. That's actually really cool looking. I don't think we're gonna use that for this, but I suppose we could, but we could, but I'm not going to. Temple door. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll like completely change what I was gonna do and just make this cool temple wall. Temple wall painted. Vertical wood panel. These are like very similar in color to that wood floor though. Wood plank. Okay, so those are all the walls that we have to choose from. Just gonna type in 4-meter wall and then wall 4-meter. I guess this just shows all the pieces that are 4 meters long. 4 meters seems to be like this. Yeah, 4 meters the size of a grid piece in this game. So maybe plaster. Maybe the limestone. Maybe like it could be colored, but it'd probably be a bit weird if it's colored, wouldn't it? A brown. No, like a kind of like tan, like beige color. Maybe we'll make it beige. Okay, we gotta make sure the first one we put down is like nice and lined up. Then it... because all the other ones are going to be... Man, I'm pressing the Sims button for rotate. Blam, blam. You can put it like on, you know, on the, it doesn't go on the edge of the grid, it goes on the inside of it, so you could put it on the inside on each side. Interesting. Okay, how is that gonna look? Then we'll do the limestone wall door here, I suppose. It's quite a small door. Maybe we can use thinner wall. Limestone. Oh. We can do something like that. Oh, this would be... We could use this to make like a wider door, I guess. Kind of, but not really. Maybe I don't actually want the door to be lined up with the stairs anyway. I don't think we'll bother. Will we do like an interior for this? Like a full interior? Maybe. Grid height. Lower the grid height so we have like full control. Should we put the grid height to like 1 meter? And then we can like put this down by... How tall was that? 1 by 2. So if that's 1 meter high... Oh no, it's not 1 meter high. It's 2 meters high. I don't know what... Oh god. Clicking hard. Okay, we do need this on 0 meters in order to line up, so it's not overlapping that at all. But there, we could use that to be the front door. Okay, we don't want to edit the group anymore. We want to make sure it's like positioned perfectly. Now that we've got like the whole thing that we can line it with. Kind of hard actually to tell how lined up it is. But, you know, I think that's lined up, but it's actually less lined up now than it was. Can we move the whole thing at once? In like a more precise way? Oh, we can! Perfect. Oh. Maybe I want to make the walls double thick. I think I do. Limestone wall. Need to use the... Wait, didn't I? Is that the color? That's the color. It didn't apply for some reason. I don't know why the grid is no longer appearing. What if we like... Maybe the walls are too thick. Doing it this way. So are there like column pieces or something that fit in these gaps on the ends? There's not. Okay. We won't make them double thick then. We just put like some kind of curve around to cover up the little bits of weird wood and stuff that stick out. I don't know if I want to bother with doing an interior to this thing. At least on the... I suppose you might be able to see a bit. Maybe we'll have like a glass door. We'll probably have some windows in it. So I guess we'll do an interior. So we're gonna need like tables and chairs and things. It's not easy to get the camera in here. Yeah, go on like T mode. Nice. Okay, cool. And the 2-meter wall. And regular wall. Does that just work? Is it just Todd Howard? Does it just work? Kinda. It looks like it just works. We can't really get the camera looking straight up at the right angle that I want it to look at. There we go. Right, is this like sunk into the ground? That's why. No, it's because this stuff like comes out slightly. Is that okay? That doesn't stick through at the top. That's good. I suppose we just have another wall here, and maybe that covers it. Not quite. Limestone temple cornice. I guess we can just do this with panels. Get some panels in here. We probably won't have like toilets in here too, right? That makes sense. Maybe I'll place the facilities. So we want guest facilities. Can I filter by like the property? I just want to only see. I want to not see all the rebuilt things. I just want to only see the unbuilt, like these things, blocks, materials. No theme, none. I want no theme. No brand. Content pack. Maybe I just need to heart all of the. I just need to like go through and heart the counters for everything. And the cube stores, ATM, that would be good. Counters, donation box, sure, that's... We're not going to bother using that. European coach zoo entrance. Food truck. Guest spawner. Oh, these are the entrance. These are those things that like the guest spawn in that entrance building. And it counter. So I guess the counter functions just like these cube things. Get all the cubes, the counters, projection screen. Some of these. There's restaurant. Wait, is that... What's that? Oh, it's like a fully built restaurant, okay. Looked kind of like it was just a counter. Street Fox, coffee, toilet block, oh yeah, definitely on that. Vending machines, I think we want all the vending machines. Okay, our favourites as well. What's this? Zoo entrance. We don't need that. So have I got them all? Oh, I missed this one. I missed this one. Okay, now I think I got them all. So we'll go to favourites. And we've just got the facility things that we want. So, Cosmic Cow, Ice Cream, Chief Beef, Bakes, Chief Beef Counter. And we could do like... I feel like the restaurant counter should be like down here. Maybe we don't need toilets in the restaurant. But what kind of restaurant doesn't have toilets in it? That'd just be weird. Be too weird to not have toilets. We can't change the color on this or anything, can we? They're all kind of, yeah, just the color they are. Hot dog squad? Maybe we could sell burgers and hot dogs. Street box coffee counter. Bernie's Bakes. It's like donuts or something, I guess. Or like, unless it's like a bakery. A bakery in a zoo? Why not? I'm sure there's... Oh, just smashing the table, like... Sorry if you hear that. So what, we need to delete the path in order to put this on? It's obstructed by the path. That's why I kind of like these cube ones, actually, because then they've got their own like floor and stuff. So if I delete the path here to... So I have to go into paths. We do need to get people to stop walking through the walls as well. Let's go into security and put some of these things down. We're still in T mode. Wow. 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 These will get covered up, so don't worry about that. Wow. You've walked through your last wall, guess, well, at least in this building. You may walk through some walls in other buildings in the future. Just like there. Nope. Nope. I don't know why it started entering the group. I think I might have accidentally clicked on it. We need like little ones to stop them walking through these like corners of the wall. I'm glad that they have these things in the game. It'd be cool if people just didn't walk through walls to begin with. Like, they could tell that there was a wall there and they didn't walk through it, but... This is also good. Almost all of the walls are now up in a second. We'll have no one walking through this building at all. Probably no one will be coming into it either, because they have no reason to. These are probably just the last stragglers walking through walls. Maybe they'd already calculated their route. The fuck? They're walking straight through the guest barrier. Oh, is it because there's a tiny gap there? Are they all like trying to walk through that tiny little gap? They're still walking through it. These people just do. What? Why are they walking through it? Why are they all walking through the guest barrier? What the hell? Oh, they've stopped. No, they haven't. They're still doing it. We need to put like a second one on here or something, like on top of it. Oh, they're just like ignoring the barrier completely. Are they allowed to do that? I mean, real life people definitely would ignore a barrier, but you would hope that in the game, the point of the barrier is to stop the people from ignoring, from walking through the walls. It's good to put like a second barrier on top of the first barrier in all these spots. This gives us more things to cover up later. But, clearly the first one's not enough. They need 2 barriers to know not to walk through. Yeah, no one's actually walking through this bit, so maybe we don't need the double barrier here, but just in case, right? I suppose we're gonna have to surround the building with like a little garden box or something to cover all this stuff. All like the barriers and weird curves and things that the game automatically generates. People, please. Oh my, how are they still walking through here? How many barriers do I need to put here to stop these people walking through? Do I just like put them at all different heights and stuff? Okay, they've stopped walking through that bit, but now they're all walking through this bit. Even though there's like 3 barriers here. They're still trying to walk through there. These people are still walking through over here. And over here. I think they're no longer able to walk through these places. They're just like glitching in and out here. Because lots of people tried to walk through here before, when for some reason they decided they could walk through the barriers. I don't know. No, they are all still trying to walk through this spot. I want to move it this way a little bit. They're still walking through there. Come on. Stop. Stop. Is it like a height thing? Does it need to be higher or lower or like... Oh? I think they've stopped walking through that wall. They're still walking through this wall now. Like, why don't these things just work? Right, they're still walking through over here somehow. They're still walking through here too. Guess I must just be like putting these at the wrong heights to stop people. No? Oh, they've all stopped. They can't walk through that wall at all now. Yeah, that's right. Oh, they can still walk through this wall. Wait, I thought they stopped walking through this wall. Now they're walking through it again. Okay, they are walking through that still. Somehow. Maybe it's like, because the edge there, they can still walk through where the curb is. Yeah, they can still walk through this wall, even though it's got like 10 of these blocker things on it. Just gonna drag this over here. Right. Oh, we have still a bunch of these are attached to the building. Maybe that's the problem. The ones that are attached to the building don't work. So I'm gonna remove this, and then I'm gonna like put the things in. That way we can make sure they're like perfectly covering every possible way that people could walk through the walls. And then we'll put the building back, and hopefully everything will be happy. Especially me. Hopefully I will be happy. I mean, I'm already happy enough, aren't I? But hopefully I'll be happy with the way the guests are behaving. Which is much less likely to be something that will happen. But hopefully. Hopefully. We want to select all of these. We don't need them. Okay, that's just those, right? Good. Now, facilities. Guest barrier curb. Or maybe they have to be attached to the walls. I don't know. I do not know. So if we put this right here, will anyone walk through there? Yes. Why? Is it not the right height? Yeah, press shift to like reset the height. So it's set to the exact height that the game wants it to be at. Oh, it looks like that's actually working. Now if we copy that one, because that one seems to be working. Copy it over here. Copy it over here. We should now have no guests walking through this side at all. Oh, we can't select multiples of these at a time. I guess because they're in a they're not in a group. We want these things to be part of a group. How do I make a group? Maybe we don't need them to be part of a group. Oh, they are still kind of glitching through here. Even though they're not allowed to walk through there, they just glitch through it. Why do they do that? Maybe I have to Google this. Zoo, guest glitch through things. What are they called? Guest barriers? Guest barrier. Planet Zoo, yes. Glitch through barriers. Animals glitching through walls. Guests animals walking through walls. New fence glitch. Animals escape through walls. Oh. I guess there's just lots of bugs with the pathing in this game, so I shouldn't expect it to, work as it's meant to. So we might have people occasionally walking through these things just because of bugs in the game. But hopefully by putting these things in, we'll have less people walking through the walls. And we'll just have to deal with less being enough. I love that these things exist in the game. I'm less in love with the fact that they don't actually do the job they're meant to do. But you know, you can't have everything you want. You can't always get what you want, right? That's the song. You can't always get what you want. And sometimes you get what you need. Guests, please. Guests. Man, I hate the guests. The guests are the worst. Damn guests. I can't see what I'm doing. Stop walking over everything I'm doing. Please. Don't tread. Don't tread on my barriers. Yes. Yes, please. We don't want that. Accidentally hit the green arrow instead of the red arrow. Okay, there we go. We're getting there. We've only got one side of the building left to stop guests walking through. I guess I should just like continue them along through this bit even though guests can't walk through here anyway. I think it's probably good to have them overlap it a little bit. So that way there can't be like pixel wide gaps or something between them which the guests for some reason decide they can pass through. Because maybe that's what's causing the glitches. Are they trying to like pass through at the border between them? Yeah, like maybe these ones who are passing through over here. Maybe they pass. No, they're just walking straight through the middle. Why? Why do they do this? What if we have like 2-layer thick? Okay. Will that help? Like, because they don't respect the first layer, but the second layer. Or like, the fact that there's a second layer is enough. Perhaps. Also, we do want to make sure they can walk through where the front door will be, which is like here. That's the one place they are allowed to walk through. No, they're still walking through here. Well, they're not walking, they're glitching through here. Maybe they're glitching through there because they can't get out anywhere else though, and like these are the people who are stuck in there. Maybe. Or maybe they, you know, they just do whatever the hell they want. They got no respect for the guest barriers. I might just have to remove all the paths around, like... Maybe we'll just have to, like, get rid of the paths inside the restaurant and make it so it's not actually accessible to the guests. Like, I'd rather have no guests inside the restaurant than have guests walking through all the restaurant's walls. Seems like that's more immersion breaking to me. So, with all of these changes, they are still walking through there. Are they still walking through this side? Yeah. Why did the guest barriers even exist if the guests don't respect them at all? Planet Zoo gets to walk through. Guest barriers don't do anything. r/Planet Zoo Reddit. Let's see. They're supposed to block guests and staff alike. Could be wrong. What? Yes. They're to block all traffic. Well, they don't do that though. Okay. How to block guests walking through scenery. Guests walking through. No barrier for guests. Guests walking through objects. Staff and guests walk through walls. Okay, well, everyone has these problems, but no one has any solutions. We're gonna have to not have paths inside the restaurant. Seems like that's the only way, right? It's sad. It's unfortunate. But, maybe if I, like, make a spot where they're allowed to walk through, right? Then they'll prioritize that spot. So we can, like... And they won't walk through on the other sides. Oh my god. Yeah, I think they like glitching through because they walk in here and they are too stupid to walk back out. They have to like, I don't know, the programming won't let them retrace their steps or something. No, people are still walking through them even with an opening. Alright. We can't have paths inside the restaurant. But we do need to have some paths in the restaurant. Because, oh, have they stopped? Have they stopped their cheeky stuff? Are these people gonna run through here? They're not. Well, that person just ran through there. But that's only one renegade running through the walls. We don't have any groups walking through the walls now. Oh, people are still walking through this wall or what? Get out. Get out, guests. That's not... I think it's just that this one's not being, like, properly blocked because the curve is only on, like, half the path. No, they still walk through it. What if we do the double curve here? Then will they stop? I think we probably won't. It's less important having the double curve down here, right? Because this is underneath this. We won't see as much. And people don't seem to want to... Like, this is the one wall that people don't want to walk through. Maybe I should just do it, just in case, because it will be hard to put these in after all of the stuff is built. So probably best to build it now. And if we don't need it, we don't need it. But if we do need it, it will be there. We probably need some, like... There. Do we ever need the, like, short ones? Construction. No, not construction. Facilities. Short one. Okay. So people... They're really milling around this corner here. But, they seem to be... They're still walking through this one a lot. And they're really, like, obsessed with standing around here. Why are they all standing around here? Ah, the guests. Why are the guests so bad? Oh my god. Why are they doing this? Why are they having a little, like, mosh pit here? Maybe the guest barrier ribbon does a better job of stopping them. It'd be harder to hide. But, oh, it just made those people delete themselves. Oh, the guest barrier ribbon does seem to do a better job. Why? Oh. Like, why is it a weird angle? It wasn't a weird angle. Just I put it in the wrong spot because I couldn't see what I was doing with all these stinky guests in the way. Okay, the ribbon actually works. Or maybe it's the combination of a ribbon and curve. It seems like things work at this side in general. The curves are working, but I'm gonna stick in ribbons as well. Yeah, they're not completely working. It seems like the ribbons are better than the curves. The real problem with this whole system is, like, how are we gonna hide this, like, huge guest ribbon? How are we gonna, like, make it so you can't see it inside the wall? I'm gonna put all the ribbon in, and then we'll figure that out. We might need to, like, manually nudge the little bits around a little bit. But I think it's going to mostly work out for us. And once we put the wall back on, we'll see. We'll see how it all lines up. Yeah, the ribbon does a great job of like despawning the people around it too. Look at that. People walk up to the ribbon and just like delete it. Because we put a ribbon down. These people, they're not snapped. Take that, you jerk off guests. This is the best item in the entire game. It kills guests. The worst thing in the entire game. No one likes guests. Well, at least I assume no one likes guests, because I hate them. I don't mind them when they're like being excited by the animals and stuff, I guess. Just like trying to stop them from walking through your buildings and things. And like just like all clumping up in these these mega clumps which they for some reason form. Okay, so with the ribbons, they're no longer walking through the walls at all, it seems. They are like being stupid and clumping up in these at the corners, at the entrance ways. But otherwise, very good. And maybe we can solve that by just like making it so that this is not a thoroughfare again, which it should never have been. I only made it a thoroughfare because I thought maybe that would stop the guests from being so dumb, and it didn't. So if we like put back our Uber barrier in this spot, stick a ribbon in, delete all those people. Oh, these people spared. Well, the parents were deleted, the children lived. Oh no, they weren't deleted, they just teleported, okay. So now there's no reason for them to try to walk through here, right? Because they can't... For some reason before they thought there was a path through, I suppose, but with the ribbons they know there's no path through. So they'll stop walking in here and glitching out. The only people who come in will be the ones visiting the restaurant, which will exist. So toilet will go there. Maybe the restaurant counter should be like back here. Or like even right there. Or like here. Yeah, yeah, and like this will be like walled off. So it doesn't really need to be path there, but I'm gonna leave path there anyway. So we need guest facilities, only the hearted ones. We want the beef counter. That's weird how it does that, isn't it? Can we not get these to be on the grid? I think we need to select the building. Actually, we need to move the whole building back over. And we need to hope that the walls of the building cover the ribbons fully. Yeah, they don't. But we could probably move the ribbons so that they are covered. I don't think we need these bits now. I think the ribbons by themselves do enough. How do I select this ribbon? There we go. So... no, they're thick enough. They're thick enough that you can get the ribbons in pretty easy. Alright, it's taken a lot of fiddling around with like different blocking mechanisms, but we've managed to make it so that the guests don't walk through these walls. And we're well on our way from misery to happiness today. Uh-huh. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. I'm on my way. All I want from this zoo. 3 years from now, I'll go to another zoo. I'll build a restaurant and guests won't walk through walls. I think while it's being moved, they can like, they can quick sneak through. They're like, they're moving the barrier. I'm gonna like run through there. But they would, wouldn't they? This to be inside the wall. Fully inside the wall. It's alright if the little base bits aren't completely inside the wall, since they're going to be covered up. Well, the bottoms are going to be covered up anyway, because we've got like the curves from the paths causing us issue. We haven't got any like return to the bad behavior, do we? So like I've deleted the extra bits on this side, but we've only got the ribbons, and still nobody is trying to like clip through there. Even though those people wanted to, they didn't. So I think we've got all we need. Yeah, look, because I'm moving it, they're able to walk through. We don't actually need this one, since there's no path there anymore. I love how it like just destroys the guests when you put one of these down. Anything that kills these jerk-offs makes me very happy. A little bit of that. It's not needed. Because I lined it up with this wall. All the ribbons in this wall are actually already covered, except this tiny little bit here that sticks out on the end. Okay, good. They're not able to clip through. A few people are walking in because, like, as I was moving ribbons, they thought they could get through, but they can't actually. They better not anyway. So, stick in the... Edit the building. Edit building. That's the one. Facilities. Art. The cheap beef. There we go. The beef place. Hot dog place. Cool, cool. And the toilets. Sitting on top of the world. I'm on the way from misery to happiness today. I'm on my way from misery to happiness today. I guess that needs to be there, which means we have like a weird. Oh. Suppose we need like duplicates of these as well. Right. There. There. And duplicate that. Put it there. Nice. Can we go through the door? I don't think we can. We have to go in through around this way. So we definitely need to put the furniture down here before we put the roof on. I am thinking also we probably want some like some windows. Oh, the shop front. Oh, it perfectly covers these. That's great. Okay, we'll put those in. The walls. Actually, I think I'm just gonna. I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, make this whole back bit here will just be like the staff area. That will. You won't be able to see any of this. It'll be covered up by a roof. You could even have a staff entrance, like at the back here. That probably makes sense. Little back entrance for this place. So this is where the staff come in. Maybe I can make those into staff paths. I could probably do that without breaking everything. Staff path. Yeah, there we go. So you can't see it or anything. You won't ever be able to see that. There are the barriers. Oh wait, we won't need barriers here because they're staff paths. Huh? The other paths need to be accessible to people though, so. Oh nice, I like that. Again, sorry, just adjusted myself on my chair. Again, this won't be visible. This back area. But the staff will be able to like walk through this door and then walk out here, I guess, if they want to. Edit group. Oh, how do we like best cover that spot? It's meant to be snapping to 45 degrees, but it's doing 90 degrees for some reason. Position snap rotation off? Oh, you know why. It's because I was pressing Z, so doing the smart thing. I hate that there's no just like piece for filling that gap. Like, there should be, right? There should be some way to easily fill that gap, but there's not. Oh, maybe it's because it's not in walls, it's in like columns. Nope. Arches. Structural props. Oh. No, there just isn't one. There's these things. I guess you could fill it by having like these along like that. Like sectioning this area off. I don't want to do that. Actually, maybe I do want to do that. They just need like a square column. They're rounded columns. Maybe we could use like the oh, they're all the same thickness. It looked like that was thicker, but obviously it wasn't. We could use like a couple rounded columns to just have like. We'd have to use like 3 rounded columns to make this rounded edge here. Yeah, like tangent right at the edge. probably need to use more than 3 to get that to work. There are these like decorative columns. The other choice is just put one of these in there. This to be that color, yeah. I kind of do want this bit to stick out a little bit, actually. So maybe that's alright, doing it like that. Then we'll also have a bit like there sticking out a little bit. Maybe not as much as I've got it sticking out, maybe. Just like that bar. Just to make this spot in here, you know, it's where the toilets are, but we don't want it, you know, you don't want the toilets on like full display. The toilets. What's a good door? Window. Doors. New World single door. So it's like a lighter surface. This door works. I just gotta... Actually, the door is not the same size as the doorway. Why is that? They're different sized doors, they must be. Oh, this is like a glass door, right? No, not really. It looked like it was going to be a see-through glass door, but it was not. African door. Classic door. Classic cell door. Classic door old. It's not the kind of door we're looking for. It's weird that the door isn't the same width as the thing that you're meant to put the door in, right? Is that not very strange that they've made it like that? Like, so there's like a little gap on either side of all the doors? Or some of the doors wider? Yeah, some of the doors are wider, I guess. They've just like, they haven't really thought about that when they were designing all the doors, I suppose. I don't like these, like... I don't want like an old-fashioned like panel wooden door. I want like a... just like a standard... stock standard door. Like these are the most plain looking doors, but they don't fit. Planet Zoo door. Planet Zoo single door. Planet Zoo single door 1. That's not even a door. I guess it's door panel. African door. Well, that's a very short door. Indian door. Oh, the Indian door is pretty nice, actually. Doesn't fit in the hole either, but, you know. This is one, Indian door 1. Ooh, these East Asian doors are nice, actually. Maybe I will use the East Asian doors. They're like way too tall for this spot. If we put it like that, and if I find like a wooden beam or something to put there. Ooh. This thing actually fits perfectly with the Maybe not even a wooden beam, but it's on a line to surface still. And like at the top of this, I can have the toilet sign, right? Actually, no, because you can't adjust the size of the toilet sign. Maybe we could put a sign there. Signs. Let's see. Wall sign. We need editable signs. Align to surface. I want one that fits in there. Maybe the Australian sign editable too. That seems good. Doesn't really go with the door though. We would want like the East Asian sign. We could use this one and just like rotate it, but then probably the text on it will be sideways, won't it? Will it? Yeah. I don't think you can change that. Okay, so notice that. Also, I don't think we need this thing. We need like what? We need like a little wooden wall decoration or something. A wall piece, probably. Oh, not wood. Do they have like Asian wood? Oh, they don't have Asian wood. East Asia painted timber column. It's a rounded column. Like, this is the right color. The color wood. East Asia unpainted timber. I think we're gonna have to go for this one because the unpainted timber has the but not a 4 meter long one. It's very wide. I love the texture on this too. These planks. These planks are great. You could use these for all kinds of things. But that's not what we're trying to do right now. East Asia stone support beam. Oh, I like this stone. That. This one's like a little bit thinner, I suppose. Want it to be... Oh, what? We can't change the color of this. Oh. Okay. So we have to use the red one. Unless... Yeah. We have to use, like, the circular red one. And we need to, like, hope that we can line it up in a way that looks alright. We kind of just want, like, the edge of it just to look like it's the top of the door. There we go. Perfect. That's all we want. And does that stick out on the side? Yeah. Does it now stick out on the other side? No. Okay, good. We've used that whole column just to get that tiny little line of red Wedwood there, but it now looks like the store is actually a proper door. I suppose we need to do the same thing for all the other doors, so we'll just copy this thing over. Oh, the door only has like... There's only one side to this door. The other side doesn't exist. Well, that's fine, I guess, because we're not actually using Like, we're not actually going to be able to see the other side of this building here. This building. This corridor thing. We just want to get lined up in the middle. That other one lined up in the middle. Not quite, actually. Let's make sure it is. That looks good. We're probably going to need to adjust this column slightly, yeah. Nice. Alright, we'll use those for that. I guess we just want like a plain door over there. At the front entrance. I want a glass door, but I'm not sure if glass doors actually exist. This is the only door that has glass in it. And the glass is not actually see-through. Maybe we just need to make our own glass door out of glass pieces. So, glass panel. We'll make our own glass door. You can make like sliding doors. 2x2 meter. Do they have a taller one? 2x2, 4x2. They don't have a taller one that doesn't have the line through the middle. Are there any other glass panels that we could use? One-way glass panels. Ooh. Stained glass. This looks cool. This stained glass. Oh, the big glass square. Oh, this glass rectangle. Yeah, we could make like 12x6. Man, these things are huge. Emissive glass. Okay, well that's interesting. That exists. Glass rectangle. 12x6, 4.2. 4x2 rather, not 0.2. New World Etch glass panel antelope. Oh, that's cool. Oh, these are really cool. Love these. He says in like and this like one-way glass is actually the best glass that exists. We could just do like, okay, so we just do like a panel there out of this one-way glass. It doesn't really matter that you can't see through it from the other side. Oh, you can see through it from the other side. So it's not really one-way glass at all. I like the dark glass there, yeah. And then we'll just use some kind of, I don't know, metal or something. Steel. Is that like steel? Okay. Cool. Oh yeah, we can filter by material, can't we? Instead of typing metal in. Or typing glass in. Metal. European marquee beam. These beams look like what we want. So we'll make like a border for the thing out of these beams. I guess we'll need to use multiples of them. Okay, let's move this so it's like in the middle of this thing. Or maybe not in the middle, maybe just like just the other side of that little curb thing. You know what we could do? We could like use these marquee beams to go down here as well. Like do a full border for it. I guess it was already lined up, but now like unaligned it. Okay, it's lined up again. I don't think this side matters as much because this side will be indoors, like inside the restaurant, where I can't really see it. I mean, this whole thing doesn't matter too much because it's a very minor detail. It matters to me. At least it matters enough to me that I'm willing to put some time into making it look right. Okay, so that goes there. Is that the right one? No, it's the blue one. There we go. Let's just copy this one over. Actually, let's do this bit here first and then copy that over. I just press T to get my camera to move slower while I'm doing this like fine detail in here. Oh. Maybe actually, you know what, I'm just gonna push the glass out while I work on the edges. It'll make it a lot easier to do this. I reckon we want this to go like down more so that it's easier to get this to cover that and not clip through anything at the top. Nice. Alright, and now we just copy that over to the other side. And we copy this bit. Wow. Copy that up here. Drag it over this way a bit. I guess we don't want the step to be too high on the bottom. It's, you know, don't want to trip people up. It's kind of hard to see where the glass bit is. Also hard on the other side. Maybe we do want it to be see-through from the outside. Yeah, because if we're going to put all the effort into like making an interior, you need to be able to see it. Otherwise, what a waste of time that would be. Make an interior that no one ever sees. Is that in the middle? Not quite. I need to use the ruler. Let's get my ruler, put it on the screen. Handy dandy. It's like I'm measuring from there to there. Yeah, it needs to go slightly to the left. Very slightly. I think that's enough to the left now. How does that look? Looks good enough to me. So we got like, you know, classic glass sliding doors. Or, you know, automatic doors. Do we need like a little door sensor thing? I wonder if something like that exists in the game. It would probably be like wall decorations or like this air conditioning unit. Huh. Like that. Probably gonna need to like decorate the roof with things like that, like air conditioning units and you know, the whole ventilation system. Awnings and fascias. Something like that. Special effects. Props. General props. Decals. Ooh, vents. There you go. They do have vents and things. Flags, fences, archways, theme props. Lights? Maybe there'll be a light that looks like a sensor. We gotta have some lights on this thing, don't we? I have not bothered at all with lights yet. I'll probably, like, we've done a bunch of stuff, I'll, This is good. Just kind of works as a little sensor thing. Floor lights. That's, like, perfect as a sensor. It looks just like one. Maybe this one looks even more... Oh no, this one's huge. Yeah, this one is small enough. It looks like it. Control X, not just X. Rotate. There we go. Is that in the right spot? Yeah. We're gonna have to do something about this ceiling in here too. But we'll do that after we put all the other stuff in. I think we just want to use that glass for the windows as well, unless there's like some kind of good windows, but I don't think there are. Like, I'm not sure if any of the windows are actually see-through. Where do we want? Do we need windows under here? Probably, it would be good to have windows under here. Maybe like here and here. Can we go back to limestone? Like a limestone cowboy. I kind of want like one long window, not like, you know, not like that. But if we, oh, it can't be too low though, can it? It has to be. Put the grid size down to make it so we can like adjust the position of this as much as we want to, well, as much as possible. So do that there, and then that like that. Then along the... We'll have some of this. Oh, that might stick through though. Oh, it doesn't. Good. Good. Right. Oh, it's underground. That's why. It's because like one piece of this building is sunk into the ground, so the game thinks the base of the building is underground. Yeah, that works. And, duplicate those. Put them. No. There. There we go. I kind of want this to be slightly lower than that. So let's just... It can't be any lower, of course. Because that's... Because of the barrier we need to stop people walking through the walls. What if I could lower the barrier and people would still not walk through the walls? Maybe that's possible. We'll find out. People might start walking through the walls now that it's been lowered slightly. Or they might continue not walking through the walls, which would be ideal. My plan. The windows are going to look like a little bit weird from the inside, but you're not going to be able to... You will only see the inside from the outside, basically. We're not... Perfect. We're not going to like have the camera inside the building looking out, except while I'm building it right now, but... You know what, maybe they just would be better, maybe it is better if they're like darker. I wish there were more colors of glass available. Like, oh, there are. Oh, this will change, like... What if we make this, like, a lighter grey? Ugh, no, that looks terrible. If we make it, like, you know, a slight glossy blue. What do you call it? That kind of blue, isn't it? Interesting, but ultimately I think it'll look better just like this, just using the see-through glass. Okay, so I like that window. I think we want another window over here similar. We know the one over here, it will have to be longer. Well, this is just like the counter where you come pick up your food. Maybe it doesn't need to have like a crazy big window. You could just have a little window. Or it could have like... Wait, yeah, of course, it can't be too high. I mean too low. the opposite of high. You could just have like a small window at this height. Obviously we need to change the color of this thing to that one. How would that look? Just that window like that. Because the alternative is delete both these walls and build a window box area thing, whatever. Can we select that bit too? Oh, come on. There we go. This bit here needs to move to here. So the alternative is to have like a really tall, really long wall here, really long window, but not full. Da da da. Da da da. Da. We need to double this thing. There'll be like there will be this like slight seam in the middle, which is fine. Just like it's made of 2 panels. Looks a little bit weird in game actually. Is it because it's slightly overlapping or something? No, it's not, is it? It's like a... Oh wow, straight on you can barely see that there's a seam, but from the side it's very obvious. Obviously we need to lower those ribbons as well, which seems fine. No one's started walking through those other ones, so I'm going to assume it's alright to lower these. I wonder how low you can put them. And people, like, and still have people not walk through them. Like, can you have them underground and people won't walk through them? It won't let me select this, like, little knob. Yeah, we're inside the wall now. Maybe we can select the thing. Did I get it? We're like inside it, right? Guess bearer ribbon. Nice. Okay. Yeah, that's nice. I think we're gonna need... Oh, I wonder if we like... If we have the whole thing like stick up a little bit on this bit. Wait. Hey look, people are walking up the stairs for some reason. I suppose you can probably see the flamingos from up here, so like... I'm surprised nobody's coming up here to look at the flamingos. That must be a good view. No? Not a good enough view for these people, I suppose. That's weird, look. From this angle, that becomes like that. From this angle... Oh, okay. No, it's always like that. I think it's just because the bit below made it look like it was continuous. It does from that view. But no, it is, it's just like that. How'd that go? We'll have to do some kind of floor here. And also in here. Just to cover up that bit there. And then maybe there could be, like, there's definitely going to be a floor in here too. Actually, it needs to be a roof only in this bit. Maybe the roof could be slightly higher here. I really want it to be in between those 2 heights. Yeah. Do I need to do this every time? No. How would that look like that? Got this like weird little notch here, which is formed for some. I don't know why it forms that notch. But otherwise, that's nice. Actually, maybe I'll keep these. I'll just move it all over to the side. Can we just exit? No, we have to end it. Hopefully that keeps the height of it. We can just move it back when we want to. I guess I need to. I guess I need to put some of these little guys in here to like cover up those notches. And hopefully not get any Z fighting while I do it. Oh, it's on a line to surface still. Okay, that's lined up. Nice. Wait, is that perfect? It's not perfect, is it? Some Z fighting going on here. Oh, that's because this overlaps that. Shouldn't this also be Z fighting here then? Here? Oh, it is a tiny bit. Z fighting a lot more in this spot than in any of the other spots. That can be easily fixed there, because we can just lower this down. Some of these spots, I'm not sure if it's going to be possible to fix though. Like around where the windows are. So we'll see how bad the Z fighting. Like around here, this won't be really possible to fix. Because there's no piece which is thin enough to go there. Unless... How thin is this piece? No, it's the same thickness when it gets to its top. Alright. Well, there's no Z fighting with this part for some reason. So let's bring another one of them over here. We need to rotate it. To get there. Oh, I see. It's 'cause this side is not. This axis is not perfectly lined up. The up and down should be. If it was on the other one, it should be on this one too, because we haven't changed the up and down axis. You know what? I'm okay with it being like a slight pixel out of place there. I kind of like how this just steps up there. I'm not going to change that. We are going to find some tables and chairs. Table. Where are tables? These aren't tables, these are signs. They under facilities. They're probably under like benches and things, aren't they? Picnic benches. Benches. These are the only tables you can get? Picnic benches. Okay. We got some like nice looking tables amongst these. No seats with backs. I guess it's a zoo. They can be kind of like weird looking, can't they? Maybe it's these canopy. Ah. Ooh. I like these. It's like a giraffe. Ah, that's cool. Aquatic picnic bench. What's aquatic about that? East Asian picnic bench. East Asian picnic bench 2. Oh, it's a Torii gate. East Asia picnic canopy 1. Maybe just like standard, you know, stock standard picnic bench. Some metal picnic benches. For some reason I can't put them here. An uneven placement. It's uneven about that. None of the others complain about being placed there. Oh, some of them do. I guess they can't go too close to the wall or something. How can we just like shove some of these guys in? Oh, these. These are quite nice. Probably needs to go like... I see. So there's like long ones and short ones. Maybe like this makes it easiest for people to get in. So the long one is like at the back there. No, we can't use Control X on these. I think we probably want them to be like at different orientations to each other. Not being able to look from the top means it's kind of harder to line them up perfectly with each other. It would be great if you could just like turn on a grid, like a placement grid. Why it doesn't want to be there. Kind of like it means it can't line up with the other ones. For some reason it just doesn't want to be anywhere near here. Put it like over here. So people have to... Like if you come in you have to go like that. But you have to come like that way anyway to get past, you know, to get to here. So it kind of makes sense. That's fine. We already have a few benches down on the lower floor. We'll assume that most people would want to sit on the upper floor where we've got the balcony and the cool view. I think part of this I want to just be like... Part should be enclosed, but part should be not enclosed. Or maybe all of it. Yeah, I think... Maybe we have it enclosed to here, and then this whole bit is just like... Yeah. So... Let's copy this bit. Yeah, we'll put it like that. 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 Oh. Oh, I guess this needs to go in like this then. Wait. It doesn't need to be like that. It needs to be out like this. But why is that it? Why is that corner fine? I guess these are in. These are in. If those are in, these should be in too. I guess this should also be in. See how that affects the... Oh, these are not allowed to be in? They are. That should be fine. We just need to like cover up these weird spots which have created themselves. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, there's only the one weird spot. Oh no, there's another weird spot over there. Almost right already. That looks right. Cool. And this one here will already be like lined up right. So we can just bring a copy of it over, put it over there. Nice. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Copy the regular size wall over. I wonder if I want to do want to. Not all of like where I'm putting walls now will end up being walls. You know, some of it will be not walls. I guess I should delete it. Oh, I can't delete that. Yay. I could pull it down to there. How's that look inside? Quite good. Why is that like that now? We're gonna need to put in one of those things to cover that up. And these... Next time I'm definitely just gonna do it with panels again. The walls just have too many weird little bugs and things that, that make things look wrong. Panels might be like slightly harder to place initially, but once they're placed, they just work. Once they place, they're Todd Howard, whereas once you place these regular walls, they like, the game like tries to be smart and automatically makes little notches and things where you don't want them. Yeah, it seems fine. So we go blam. Nope, not like that. We go. Oh, the notches are where it's trying to do like a little rounded corner on the edge of the building. I see. Okay. I think this is good. We'll put the roof back on there. Oh, it does need to be repositioned vertically. Nice. And then we're getting another roof just like this on top of here. Oh, I guess it's going to be slightly longer. That will actually, the way I put it, it will make the ceiling slightly lower on this upper story. I think that's fine to do. Oh, why does it stick through the side there? Sticks through the side on every bed. Well, we're gonna have to use panels. Our favorites, the panels. The roof, on this bit. Align to surface. I guess I'm just going to be eyeballing it. I suppose I don't have to completely eyeball it, do I? I can copy one of these over. I eyeballed pretty close, didn't I? I think these have a slightly different width to the floor pieces. There we go. Yeah, they're slightly less wide, which is probably a good thing, since the roof is slightly lower on this bit. Okay, let's copy this over. Copy over the two of them together. And everything we make is made out of panels. All hail panels. The only building material in the game which respects where you actually put it. It doesn't do weird things. Okay. That's the thing. We're gonna have to deal with that somehow. I guess we're just gonna have to have panels overlap each other a little bit. I'm also not sure that we want these to be exactly the same color as the walls. Maybe like darker. Like that. Yeah, I like that color. So we'll change all of these to be that color too. We're gonna have some windows in this wall, I think. Actually, we could have like a cool diagonal window here, like following the stairs up. We're gonna need some like railing thing here. Let's reset the grid size for some reason. It's fine. But if we put these ones here, it makes that stupid notch in the wall. So let's put like mostly these, and then we'll have to do the last bit with the panel. Or a couple panels, I suppose. Do not align to surface. Wait, do align to surface. And then don't. Wait, what? Okay, fine. Fine, you win. You win, game. I appreciate it myself. It's already at the right height, which is good. And actually, it's all perfect now. So that. Do another one. Perfect, it doesn't stick out. We probably need like a glass railing or something in there. Yeah. I'm also thinking that up here, yeah. In fact, we could just do it like this, can't we? We can go blam, 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 Blam. Blam. Blam, blam. Whoop, blam. 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 And blam. And just hit the Control D. Whack it in place. We're definitely going to need some columns or something in here, holding bits of it up. Maybe using these pieces. Or maybe the columns can be made out of different material. Since these are not going to cooperate very well with me, are they? Maybe. Maybe we could have them like this. How would that look? It's like that. That. How's it if the columns like that? We're gonna have to do a wall here. Actually, the wall that goes here is gonna be lowered slightly. So we don't want it poking up through the roof. Oh, which means we need to fix up some more little weirdnesses which will create themselves. Because the game doesn't like the way I'm playing it. Isn't there one like here? It was on this floor, wasn't it? Okay, so we're gonna have to line it up vertically as well. That just seems not quite. Is it just not quite at the right height? It's at the right height. It's just that little bit of shadow is like misaligned on the two different textures. I suppose they don't have exactly the same texture on these two different walls. But on this one, it looks fine. Okay, how do these guys look? Yeah, I like it. I like them like that. So we'll copy those over and do the same on this side. Then can we not do it on this side? Wait. There we go. And that touches the roof, right? Yes. Yeah, so the roof will be resting on those. There's like a slight gap in there, which is like different on both sides, right? Oh, it's about the same actually. Okay, as long as it's about the same on both sides, that's good. Is that the same width as that? But it's like half a plank. 1.5, 2.5, 3.5, 4.5, 5.5, 6.5, 7.5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And a tiny bit. It's like it's ever so slightly different, but we can't get any closer than that. Maybe it's not different. Maybe it's just the planks like a variable width. How does it look from here? Does it look like it's different? Looks like it's probably fine. It's not much like contrast from this angle. I'm also thinking like how are we, because I want whatever pillars I have, I want them to like continue from here straight down. I wish there was like a square limestone pillar. Maybe we need to find a different kind of square pillar that goes with the limestone. The concrete pillar, this one's square. This goes with it, fine. Yeah, this works. It is quite a bit wider though than what we have here. Yeah. We don't want these ones. We don't want them to be like rusticated like that. Feedback. Painted brick pillars. No. Metal. Bastard pillar. Rusted metal rod. Wood beam. Wood beam. Painted. Can we like paint it to be the same color or that? But like no. Wood post. There's not that many choices in the pillars, are there? I mean, I'd say that scrolling through like a million pages of pillars, but there's not many choices that do what I want them to do. So maybe we should go for something which does like, stand out from the rest of the building more. I like it like that though, you know, I like how it is. We would have a lot more freedom if we could find, like if we can find the right kind of pillar somehow in here. And that's a very thin one. This is made of wood and it's uncolorable. It's weird that like they didn't make it so just everything is recolorable. These are kind of cool, like but they're, you know, they're obviously not what we want. They're rounded. There's too many rounded ones, not enough unrounded. I think it's going to have to be these guys. And maybe we scrap that design and do something slightly different. I might leave those there just as guides for where I want the pillars to go. Okay. That's good. That's good. Something like that. And then maybe we have like less of them. Spaced out, kind of like one in each of these gaps here, and then one over on the end. There. How are these being like lined up? Pretty good already. Like by eyeball, I can't really tell. This one. Feels like that's pretty lined up. Pretty much in the center of that. I think this one is less in the center. Probably needs to go... there. I can use the old ruler on the screen trick. Needs to like go to the left very slightly, I think. But that also depends on me having lined the camera up perfectly straight with it, which is not that way. That one, that one. And then we... maybe just the one in the center here. Okay, that's definitely not lined up perfectly in the center. Yeah, seems good enough. We'll grab all these guys. We will... maybe I want them to be evenly spaced. I don't know. I kind of like them being like that. I think it looks more interesting if they're not like completely evenly spaced. Oh, actually, I should use the Control X, not Control D, to duplicate them. It should be easy enough to line up, so I'm just lining it up with this wall here. Of course, the arrow is in a spot where there is no column visible. Is that right? Looks right. I kind of feel like this here instead want... you know what I could do to line them up? Which would be very silly and I'm not going to. But I could. Okay. I could like have like a million. I could like have a whole bunch of pillars in between, like measure meticulously how many pillars between each, but I'm not going to do that. There we go. Those are going to be perfectly lined up with each other. That's the two there. Yeah, it's better like that. I kind of like these just being the same color as the walls, because they are like part of the wall structure, right? We've got a little bit of almost an Egyptian look going on here, don't we? The very straight pillars, like this, the way they line up. Do we need any more pillar down here underwater? I think so. I think it's shallow enough that the one pillar does it. Very nice. Oh, we are going to need to block the people walking through the pillars, aren't we? Hopefully this works. Yeah, it's probably like a 50-50 shot that it works, right? Security. No, security, that's the one. Seems maybe to be working. Or maybe not. Maybe not so much. The people are still walking through it. Less people are walking through it now, I think. Like, yeah, they're trying to avoid it. They're just not always succeeding. I wonder if I can line it, like, such that none of the bit is sticking out. Probably not, right? The pillar's not quite wide enough for that. You can get it so very little of it is sticking out. Swag. We could put like a tiny little lip around it. Wait, I'll select all of this like this, and then deselect the bits that I don't want. Just this and oh, am I gonna be able to get to that one through the? Come on, I should be able to get to it that way. Okay, here we go. We're underneath. We're under the path. We get to it that way. I think it's still trying to select the path. Yeah, we've done it. Okay, so copy that. World axis, that's better. Do the same curve pattern around the other pillars. Put that in there. Yay! I think I am going to want like a tiny lip around the base of each of these pillars. Now that looks cool, doesn't it? I feel like that looks pretty cool. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it looks terrible. But I think so. I think it looks awesome. Be cool if these placed on a grid. Position snap? Will that like... Alright, that doesn't make it go to a grid. Guess we just put two like this. This kind of gives people plenty of space to walk around between the tables. Then we'll also like put a couple tables over inside as well. Okay, we'll put them like more to this side. What are those people like going crazy about? What's wrong with you? Get me out of here 4 months ago. Stop. Just go. Just leave. Thank you. I think maybe to stop, or try to stop people doing that again, we'll see if we can stick some anti-guest barriers inside these balustrades here. Maybe that'll work. But we'll definitely need some anti-guest ribbons, barrier ribbons in here. I mean, I'm hoping it's not trying to align to surface. Okay, good. I'm hoping that it is still trying to align to the surface. Stop it. Stop that, you. I'm hoping that people just won't walk through the pillars that are up here. I don't think too many people can be walking around up here, to be honest. Unless we put like a Vista Point here or something, but I don't know. I don't think I want a lot of people walking around up here, because they'll just be doing silly things, walking through the tables and stuff. I'd rather not have them do that. I'm kind of surprised that nobody wants to come and sit at the tables though. Oh, these are like actual restaurant tables. What? They don't look as good though. These look way better. I assume that people will still use the tables regardless. We need some bins. Probably put like some bins over here. Just like 3 bins. That should be plenty. These can't be advanced moved, they can only be regular moved, so you're not going to be able to position them super precisely. Just have to try to eyeball it. Can we... there we go. If we do it from like top down, we'll get a better idea. So like one plank between them. Ish. Let's go back a little bit. I guess it's more important that they're like about the same distance from this wall, I think, than it is that they're like the same distance from each other. That seems pretty close to think. What other things can we put up here for them? They've got tables, they've got some bins. They don't need anything else. Security cameras. Maybe we could use that as the thing for like making the doors open. The doors don't actually open, of course, but we could pretend. Staff, guest facilities, merchandise, information. Toilets, zoo entrance, food, finance. We could put an ATM up here, I guess. Maybe that will give people a reason to come up here. Put it over by the bins. Can we make the color less garish? We can. Oh, let's use the same colors that we've used for the building. And just to know that. There we go. That's like, that fits in much better. Cool. We'll put a couple ATMs in the wall there. Those will be the only ATMs in the zoo at the moment. So if people love going to ATMs, maybe they will get really crowded. Facilities without power. Oh. Okay, so we need a power thingy here somewhere. Oh, you know where we could put it? We could put it inside here, hidden in this like spot here where like I guess we need to delete that path. We can replace it, so it will only be accessible through the staff entrance. Facilities. What's it come under? Utilities. Transformer. Da-na-na-na-na. Wait, we want to have the building selected while we place this, don't we? Facilities, transformer, because then it will be placed on the grid, yeah. I guess that makes it accessible? Because they just need to access that bit. Yeah, they can access that. I hope. Maybe I should like see if at different heights it changes anything. That looks like the height it needs to be at. Change the height thing. I wish that would save. Like it would remember how you have those sliders. You don't have to change them yourself manually every time. Okay, so now all of the stuff in here should work. There's only 7 buildings without power. This power source is inaccessible, apparently. This one. Oh. Okay. Where can we put it that will be accessible? Okay. It's part of this group, is it? We would put it like in this corner over here. Oh, that's definitely not going to be accessible. It's like floating way below. Just delete it. I think we might be able to like place it in here or something. And we'll cover that up later. I don't really get why it doesn't want to just like sit on the path. Is that sitting on the path? No, it didn't want to place it at all then. Am I in editing group mode? Is that the problem? Select group 23 to add to. No, I don't want to add it to a group. I just want to place it. Oh, it has to be in a group, does it? Yeah, well, we want it to be... Can we select this grid? Select grid. That grid. Select grid. That. Ah. These grid pieces. Why? Why are they like this? Is this accessible? Who knows? There's only 6 problems now, so... This one is apparently inaccessible. And now people are walking through this wall again. Since I placed it, so I might have accidentally deleted the barrier when I placed it here. Why is it inaccessible? What can I do to change that? Yeah, I must have accidentally deleted that barrier. Let's worry about that in a second. Grid size and height and stuff. Let's just... Oh, is this the side that is... Surely it's the side with the control panel on it that they need to be accessing. Is it too low? Does it need to be like higher up? It needs to be like there. Is it now accessible? No. Now is it accessible? Nope. Still 6 inaccessible things. How about now? Let's try to place it on like a different path and see what would make it accessible. Like, is that accessible? That's accessible. So at this height, it should be accessible. If we like chuck it there, that should be accessible. 5 inaccessible. I mean, okay, this is the only inaccessible power source now. Why is this one even here? But if we like turn this like that, it will be accessible. Power source inaccessible. Oh wait, no, it is still inaccessible. It's just moved it to the bottom. What do I need to do to make it accessible? Do I need like a tiny little path to connect it? Oh, you need to like literally drag a path to it. That's why. Okay. Well, let's move it like in here then. Right. Okay, apparently that will be fine in there. So we're gonna have some like path weirdness going on. We just need to make a little staff access area in there. I'll do that later. This one, maybe it's just because it's too close to everything else, like it can't draw the path in. It refuses to place it over the door, I guess. Oh no, it's probably because the path is in the way. I don't really want to mess up all the paths around here, so let's just delete this one, and we'll... select this grid, put the start path back in there, and we need to add that that barrier back in, which has gotten itself deleted. The guest ribbon, the anti-guest ribbon it should be called. Wait, what? I said add the anti-guest. I'm sure I clicked. There we go. Yeah. No more walking through there. That's right. Oh, we wanted to walk through that solid wall though. Not allowed. Is anyone coming up here to use the ATMs? Nope. Nope. Okay, what else is now inaccessible? Guests think the tickets are underpriced. That is, I don't know why that comes up as a problem. Do we need to like increase the price? Wow, that is really cheap. Make it 14 and 7. Maybe that's cheaper. Without a vendor for a long time. Oh, we need to hire some vendors. I just want to make all these like red warning things go away. Vendors. Yeah, that hopefully that's enough vendors. We're playing with like unlimited cash, so it doesn't matter. We might not have enough keepers, so I'll hire a couple more of those. I don't know how many I've got. What other kinds of people are there? Mechanics? Yeah, sure, we'll hire some mechanics. Make sure stuff's not breaking. Security, we got a bunch of those vets, yeah, just to keep our sick animals okay. Do we need educators? Maybe. What are these for like educating the guests or like all the staff? They can teach the guests how not to walk through a wall. They're not walking through there anymore. Perfect. We need... the whole, like, power generation thing. It seems completely pointless to even have in the game. Like, I don't know. You're building a zoo. Why does it matter? Why is it, like, important to worry about generating power? Like, what kind of zoo generates its own power? Don't most zoos, like, wouldn't most zoos just be connected to the grid? Is this one, is it accessible? Or is it too close to the path or something, so it's not? Maybe we'll put it in, like, here. I might make, like, a toilet block or something in here, and that can be a part of that. And will that cover all of, so like an overlay that tells you what's powered and what's not? What's this? Power source inaccessible? This one, still inaccessible. Yeah. But this one is, I don't know why this one is even here. Oh, it's here so that we can power that stuff over there. I see. Will that be powered if we put it there? Wait, how is it even powering that? It's not even close to it. I guess it needs to go like around here somewhere. The ATMs are inaccessible. Oh, really? They look accessible? Is it because, like, the back is in the wall? They're not allowed to be embedded in the wall? Or do you need to... Oh, maybe people need to come into the back to, like... change the money in there or something. Like, a staff member needs to be able to approach it from the back. Let's put it over here for now. No ATMs up here, then. I would like some people to come up here. Like, what's the point of making it all accessible to guests if the guests refuse to use it? Donation box? Where are the Vista Points? Oh, these. Are they in here somewhere? Restaurant patio heater. Oh. Oh. What's that? Another restaurant tables, security, picnic benches, bins, benches. Oh. What would that be under? It's not really any of these categories, is it? It doesn't seem to appear under any of them. It only appears in the all category. Okay. Media, devices, and education. That's where the Vista Point is. Okay, we don't need to see the temperature overlay now. Okay, if we put a Vista Point up here, then people will definitely come and take photos, right? People love Vista Points. We're probably gonna get heaps of people coming in here. I don't mind that they walk through the sliding doors because they don't operate. Because of course they don't operate. It's a fake sliding door. Oh, actually, there are a lot of people coming in to go to the burger shop and the hot dog shop and the toilets. Nice. We just want them coming upstairs too. Come on, step right up. Come upstairs. There's a Vista Point up here. No one wants to come upstairs. If we, like, put someone upstairs. You. Come up here. We just want to make sure guests can walk around up here. They are able to. And there, look, they like it. They're liking it. Lovely. I reckon we can put the roof on now. If I do want to add more things in here, I can do that. But for now, I'm just going to chuck on the roof. Maybe I should make the roof a separate building. So that if I do need to remove it later, I don't need to click on each panel individually to do so. I'm going to do that because it's possible we'll need to move this split selection from group. Restaurant. So now if we edit restaurant roof, we can just like select a whole bunch of that at once. Nice. Then we can just select all of that, copy it. Why does that stick out on that bit and not on this bit? Was this... I might have like made this one too high? Height control. There we go. Now we exit that group and go back to the roof. We own property. We control X. That. Copy it over here. Okay. That's slightly too long, but that's alright, because of the way we made it. Just be able to delete those and perfect. Now the restaurant has its roof. Everything is nice. They're stuck. Oh, maybe they can't walk past the tables? Are these tables too close together? Are you stuck now? Get me out of here. They're still stuck. Do these stairs not connect or something? They look like they do. I think the stairs don't connect somehow. Like usual, there's a problem, and that problem is to do with the paths. Every problem in this game seems to be related to paths, some way or another. Every single time something goes wrong, it's because paths are terrible. Just the worst. I don't know how we're going to get these things to connect. If they refuse to connect now. Oh, they were going to connect there, weren't they? Okay, so we need... I guess like that. So we get like this stupid rounded corner, but then they will be connected. We'll put these people here. Are they stuck? Oh no, there isn't a gift shop in this. Oh sweet, people can get up here now. Oh, they were going to come flooding up for that Vista Point. Oh my god, no, too many, too many. Should we delete this thing? Because I don't want this place to be absolutely. They are just like, it gets so insane. Guests, limit to 500 guests. I think that's the lowest you can make it. I'd rather have it like 100 guests. Be a bit more realistic for the size of this zoo currently. If we limit... There's just a mega raid party going on in here. That's annoying to me. It's very annoying to me that we had to like do that and have this like weird curved bit. Maybe I'll just do a little planter in there. Get like some limestone panels. Make them the right color. This color. Is that the same color as that? Nope. that the color of that? Yep. Very exhausted after all that running on the spot they were doing. it's so crowded in here. Actually, maybe we'll get this to snap to 15-degree increments. We'll be able to like just do this like fairly simply. You're barely going to be able to see any of this in here. Yeah, that works. And then we do another one. That. Yes, please. Yes. Like I said, you're barely going to be able to see any of this. I didn't mean I'm not going to be able to see anything at all, because there's a billion guests covering up. I mean, I just have to kind of assume that it's lined up right in here. Okay, just go this way a little bit more. That looks fine. Do we even need that one? Oh, we do. We don't need it like that though. We can go like this. Luckily, like beneath this is nothing. It's just like the bottom of the stairs. So okay, we are gonna need to do it with no thing, no snapping, so I can like get it to actually line up. But you know what? That's fine. That is fine. Let's grab one of the bits from this other building. No. We're not going to be able to grab it from there, are we? Hey, we probably can. We'll go here. We'll grab a little piece of concrete. Edit. Can we... Okay, we'll put it here, and then split it from the group. And now we'll come in here. Yeah, okay, cool. So this is in no group now. Not sure why I'm bothering to do this when it's going to be like covered by the roof and like completely invisible. I guess I just, you know, I'll know that there's a little like uncovered bit here if I don't do something yet. Cool. And we need. Wait, that's not it. We need to do this. We're going to have to change these to this one? No, this one. No. Get down. Construction. Little concrete boy. Oh, he already is the littlest of the concrete boys. Use these little like tops of these pillars, maybe. These little guys. You know what? I'll just cover it with plants. So like select this building, go into nature, go into our favorites because we got some good ones in there for like covering up little bits. So make sure the edges are covered so you can't see where there's holes. Oh, these are a little bit too wide, I guess. Yeah, they're just going to be too big. What was there's like... No, not that. There's some little bit that I used that was like small enough that really works. Is it bracken? It's either little brackens, small brackens. Yeah, the small brackens kind of good. Actually, I don't think they're good at all. Changed my mind completely. Cowberry bushes, was it these? No, these were the ones that are good for covering a large area. Dutchman's breeches are pretty good. We should be able to like stick some Dutchman's breeches in there in a way that won't be too annoying. I reckon these corners just need to be covered by these guys, the little guys. Yeah, is it sticking out any of the sides? Nope. Does it look fine there? Yep. Should we stick some like red in too? Because I love these things. So I always stick them in any chance I get. Maybe not those ones. They're a bit big. Just like... You don't want it clipping through anything. Even though you won't be able to see any of this. So why am I spending all this time on it? Who knows? There we go. We got a nice little garden. Little plants are in the corner there. So now when we put the roof back on, everything will be awesome. Nice. You can't see it at all. Although we are going to have some like windows in here, which will make it so you can see that. So that's the next thing, right? I'm going to quickly go to the toilet, and then we'll look at putting some windows in this building. I do like it. I do like the look of the building. It's good. We got maybe too many people up there. I probably need to block them from walking into those columns. I don't know. I'm kind of alright with them walking into the columns every now and then. That doesn't bother me too much. Not like when they're walking through like a solid wall. That's more annoying. Alright, I'll be right back. And back. I'm thinking, I just want like a big window here. A long, narrow window here. Which means we're gonna need to delete these. And is that the color? That's the color. I think we're gonna have to make it out of these on their sides. Cancel that. Cancel that. No. Belay that order. Let's get that, this guy, like, lean up. Lean is how I say line now. That's just the way of it, things. Okay, that seems good. And we need... yeah, you... Damn. You damn kids shouting in the zoo. No running in the zoo. We gotta have someone like sitting on like some big chair telling everyone off for doing things that they're not allowed to do in the zoo. You need to make sure this bit here is perfectly lined up. Is that perfectly lined up? It is. Nice. And oh, all these other ones are gonna have to move up slightly, which is fine, because the last one, I'm pretty sure, sunk very slightly into the ground. That's perfect. Select this guy too. Whack them all in over here. Is that like not? It looks like it's good. Oh, you know why? It's because we're using the panels instead of using the walls, right? So the game's just like, no, I don't like that. But if we put it up very slightly. Not that much. You know what we could do actually? We could do one of these guys up here. Oh no, if we do one of those then it does the stupid thing with that wall. Yeah, I think we're better off having it like this. And oh. There we go. These in here. slightly too low where it is, I think. Oh, it's like 1 pixel too high. There we go. There we go. And I guess it's at least that high to cover the ribbon. Can't quite see exactly what I'm doing with all these people running in front. Down in front! There's a little bit of, wait. But wait till... Okay, we can actually see here. Okay, nice. How is that for the height of it? That's great. It's great. It kind of makes me want to have another one like it on this side. Though we can't actually because the floor would intersect it. Although... What if it didn't? What if we have a little, like, atrium bit there? We don't need this bench. Have to exit editing that. Delete this bench. Re-enter the editing. Like, if we... Oh, we'll have to remove these 2 chunks of path. Go back into editing. Remove that. Remove that. Remove that. Oh, we can't do it like that. We have to do it like this. Otherwise, we get the weird, like, corner thing happening. How's that look? Oh, it reveals a little bit of Z fighting there, but we can push this down. So, there we go. Don't like how the curb exists there. Only just on there, that little bit there. I also don't like it how it's there. Can we just... We could cover that without too much work. At least part of it, like this part on the end here. Just gotta line this guy up. Perfect. Roof trims. What kind of roof trims are there? Because these feel like they would be the right kind of size, well, some of them probably, to cover this curb. Oh, some of these are like grid pieces. Why is that one a grid piece? Are they all... Some of them are not grid pieces, but a lot of them are. We can't use the grid piece ones. But this one's not. This. Vertical wooden plank roof trim. Planet Zoo. Oh. How's this? That's what I want. Okay. With a little bit of like moving around of this thing, we can get it so it like just covers that annoying like curb. And also we can make it so that we've got like the same thing all the way along, and not just not just where the game has decided to generate a curve, but like along here too. I guess we want to cover this bit of curve too. We're going to need some of that stuff. Some of the stuff, the good stuff. Maybe we can just a 1 meter one. Stick some 1 meter one in. Okay, and then we need to pull this out over this way a little bit more. I'm never going to be able to select that 1 meter one, am I? Grab. Oh no, we can't grab that. That will have to be done with some more of these. Yeah, that kind of works. But maybe we'll line it up on this bit here, and then if it looks good on that corner, it doesn't matter as much how it looks elsewhere. Nice. Okay, that's pretty good. There's a corner piece. Okay. We're going to use the corner piece. We're going to rotate the corner piece and lower it. The details that we're doing here. I wonder, can I like... Alright, so we could use this to make the railing here. ATZ banana. Is this a meme? Is this a meme that I've not heard of? Stop trying to meme on me. You know I'm easily memed upon. How you doing? All right. You're trolling me, right? Please no troll. I gotta concentrate on this Look, I'm doing really important stuff here, Banana. I can't be getting trolled by. I can't be getting trolled while I'm trying to put a railing in. We got to get this railing going. Here we go. Why? Why is my son watching some dude playing dumb games? Just bad life choices, I guess. I don't know. I wouldn't watch some dude play dumb games. Well, actually, I spend a lot of my time watching random dudes play dumb games too, to be honest. So I suppose I can't really judge. We don't actually need this bit here, do we? Since now this bit ends there. Now we've got like the railing here. Why are you streaming to my son? Is this like what? This is what boomers actually think. Why are you streaming to my son? How dare you? How dare you stream to me? I have had like, man, when I've tried to explain streaming to my mum before, it's been kind of like that. It's like, so you're like, you know, she doesn't really get it. She's like, who are you streaming to? Or like, you know, can these people see me? That kind of thing. Like when you're watching a stream and like an older person will come in, they're like, because they can see there's a person's face, they're like, oh, is it like a video call? Can they see me? That kind of like, I don't know, streaming is kind of like hard to understand, I suppose, if you're not in, if you haven't heard of streaming before, it would be weird. The fact you didn't pray and watch my stream makes it even worse. Not even praying, imagine. Well, you know, you got to beat him harder, I think. That's the problem. If he's not praying, he's just not getting hit hard enough. That's what my pastor always told me. If you're not praying, it's because I'm not hitting you hard enough. And then he would pull out his like extra thick Bible and give me a good whack across the head with it. Alright, that works. We just got to get like another like little bit to cover that gap in there. What was this piece called? Vertical wooden plank roof trim. No, don't do it. Don't viral my stream. Don't. No report, please. Here it is. Please don't do it. Oh, there's only one length of these things, is there? Okay. Fine, we'll just do it like that. Oh, what? You're trolling me! Gosh darn it. I really, damn. You got me. You got me good. I thought it was a real true thing happening. Yeah. I don't. The very first bit, I'm like... The very first thing you said, almost, until I got to why you trying to scam my son, and I'm like, I don't know. And then the... I don't know. It feels like even like someone who's like really didn't know what was going on would probably realize that a stream is not scamming their son. Maybe they would. Maybe they would be that dumb. I don't know. I probably give people too much credit. Alright. I'm sure people could be perfectly dumb enough to believe that. I take it back. There we go. That there. Now we just got to get some other little piece to stick in. So like weird decoration or something. Awnings and props. Ooh, what are these things? Posts. Oh, I wonder if we could get like a little glass thing in. Filters. Material. Glass. There are a lot of glass pieces in this sub-menu, at least. Oh, that's huge. You can never really tell how big a thing is going to be in this little menu, can you? There are some, like, glass lights. What are these? LEDs. LED tubes. Cool. We can make like a neon sign. 2x1. Oh, this thing would be alright. This will work. And maybe I should have used this instead of the one-way glass for the main. Oh no, it's too thick. Or maybe the railing is just too thin. I don't know if we're going to be able to find something that's like thin enough to go in here. Oh, these stained glass things are. How do these look? Yeah, that's kind of cool. Yeah, let's go for that thing. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. This should work. And you won't be able to see it down below because, you know, the area under these stairs is invisible in the lower floor. So let's just like fill this in with some like cool patterned glass. Like, is that like flowers and stuff, I guess? Or are they different patterns? Slight problem here now is that we need to find some way to like build this up without oh, this will work. We use these on the ends, these like little ones. Something like that. So if we chuck this end bit on there, oh, how are we going to get that to like work? Maybe we can just do this. Yeah, that's good. Wait, not that, not that. That and that. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Is that lined up? Seems lined up to me. Actually, that like pretty much lines up there well enough, right? Then we can just move this slightly. the railing bits. Oh no, I didn't want to do that. That's fine. It's okay, there's plenty of like give in exactly where these are vertically aligned. That guy. And I'm so glad we made the roof into a separate building. There we go. And now we just like pull these over this way a little bit. Nice. Nice. Man, it's such a minor little detail, but it looks cool, I reckon. It looks cool enough that it was worth putting all that effort into it. I don't know. Thinking like these windows probably need, okay, one, they need to be replaced with this kind of glass. Oh. Oh. This one's going to be the hardest to edit because it's like, you know, down here underneath the stuff. But, so we replace them with the, nope, with the glass that's just see-through and not anything weird going on. Step 1, do that. Step 2, I reckon we use this trim around it, because this stuff just looks great. So let's bring some of that down with this. There we go. Whoa. Whoa. It's not going to be wide enough, so we can need to double it up. Yeah, looks good. Will be long enough, maybe? Yeah, it's long enough, just not wide enough. Which is, you know, the worst problem to have, because it's all about the girth, isn't it? The ladies know. Oh. It is, though. Also, I'm told. Cool. Got that one. Got that one. Okay. I don't think I need to be this meticulous about it. But that does look fine. We can copy that down there. Yeah, it looks a lot better having like a little bit of a lighting around the window. Maybe not quite as much bit as I've got here. Okay, get those in. Let's just do this. That works. And then this bit we will move over here. And making my own windows. None of the in-game windows just, you know, none of them have the right look. Most of them aren't even see-through, which seems like a huge oversight. Make a window and not make it transparent. Oh, I don't want that piece. Oh, I accidentally grabbed that piece. Let's see. push this over there somewhere. Ooh. Cool, cool. We'll leave it over there. We'll come back for that. We'll not just leave a floating window. That would be weird. Okay. You know what? I might just leave this here so I can use it as a template for the next couple windows that I need to put in. Like spin this way. How that would work. That's like a kind of like mid bit between the two panels. Kind of looks fine. Kind of looks pretty much exactly how you would want it to look. All right. Now we will just take the same thing so we can use it over here. Man, we can add a whole bunch of these windows now. And I've got like the template to go from. This one might involve more changes needing to be made to it though. Once we make this one, we'll make the one next to it. Well, the one on the other side of the door. Oh. Okay, nice. That kind of works. We are going to have to adjust the position of this guy. It's not sticking through, is it? Oh. Nice. Crap. We need them both at once, not just one of them. Okay, that's pretty good. This needs to go down slightly. In fact, this probably needs to go... Yeah, it doesn't really matter how far down it goes, because the underneath of where it is just underground, where anything goes. Anything goes underground. That's... Okay, we might need to change the kind of glass that we got here. So, is there like a taller one? There's not. Okay, let's change it for this one. We'll need two of them. It's gonna be like tricky to get the seam just right. Unless I want to have... Yeah, you know what? I probably need to have that guy... Have a guy going through here. Yeah, is that a good height for that bit? I kind of like it being low like that. Pretty much the perfect height for it. This whole thing could probably do with being slightly more recessed though. Journal. Yes, I think so. Yeah, we do. We want to get this one right, and then we'll just be able to copy it all over to the other side. Hopefully, anyway, we'll just be able to completely copy it over, and all will be well in the world. The easiest way, I think, would just be to go like this, and then deselect. Wait. Oh, we've got the roof selected now. Okay, good. Do that, and then we deselect the bits we don't want, which is those. Oh, nice. Easy. Oh, wait. And that. How do I get that one? No. I can't deselect that bit. Okay, I can accidentally select that wall though. Alright, fine. We'll pull it out here. Oh look, we did miss a piece too. We missed this piece. Wait, what? What? Why? Okay, so together these things are not on the right grid for some reason. Hopefully that doesn't ruin everything. In fact, it will. We need to like select it all again. We got that whole door down there. We don't want that. Let's try to like do it like this. Okay, and then we deselect that and that. We manually select these bits. And we hope that we have everything selected. No, we don't. We don't have it all. Alright, fine. Fair. Good enough. Had almost all of it selected. Some of this will have been manually moved anyway, so... These bits should now sticking out where they shouldn't be. I feel like we only got like half of these. I know that, yeah, of course, that middle one actually only has half of the thing. Ooh. Is that going to be sticking out anywhere? It's just not perfect. Alright, and now we get those two. And come on. It really doesn't want to let me select this bit. Oh, Oh, it's because I didn't put one in there. Okay. Whoops. Well, we could do that. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, I didn't put one in there. Okay. Just have to copy this one up. I probably would never notice that. I mean, is it even something important if you never notice it? Not really. But still, there we go. We got the two big windows. I like the two big windows. We probably want, like, we're gonna have some kind of sign here. A restaurant sign. Signs. No, not a glass sign. A shop sign. I don't want it to be like a specific shop. I want it to be like generic shop sign or something. You know, like just restaurant, not Chief Beef. Although maybe we can just do it as Chief Beef. Oh, man, this sign is so garish. Garish? Garish? It's awful. Bernie's Bakes. All the signs are very, like, loud. Hot Dog Squad. Oh, God. That's like the gift shop sign, I guess. Oh, this sign's actually not too bad compared to all the other ones. Maybe we could call the restaurant Mexalente, even though it doesn't sell Mexican food. It doesn't matter. No one knows that. I mean, they'll know once they go in, but... yeah, this sign, so far, is the only one which actually works. No. 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 It's not quite as bad as most of the other ones. Like, Monsieur Frites is actually... Frites. It's actually probably one of the best of the signs. One of the least horrible looking. Maybe we do that one. No, we'll do Mexalente. Maybe it's just because I want to eat Mexican food right now. After seeing that sign, it's making me like, ooh, eat some Mexican. But it also looks much nicer than the rest of the signs, so... we want to make sure it's like right in the center of the door. It still does look a bit like gross. I guess the alternative is that we make our own sign out of like the art shapes. So we could do like some kind of like geometric pattern with the word restaurant. Maybe that's what I'll do. So those are quite big though. Yeah. It's like a smaller version of some of them. Large. Wait. No, this is 3D letter. Not large. 3D, but it looks quite big. I don't think they get smaller. Oh, these ones are smaller. 2D font. So the 2D one is smaller than the 3D one? Or is that a trick of the eye? 3D... oh no, it is much smaller. Okay, sure. Actually, you know what we could do? We could do it like... This would be a way to ensure that the letters are all in line with each other. We go like... press... Where's the A? Where's the U? The icons for these things are really hard to see. The like white icon against the almost white background. Restore. Restaurant. Beautiful. We can use this Mexcellent, not Mexcellent, Mexcellent sign to line up our letters with the center of... That's the right one, right? Yeah. So it used to go like that way a little. Restaurant. Cool. And we'll, I don't know, I'll do some kind of like cube thing. Well, not cube, square thing. Out of these squares. We'll line the bits up in a sec. There are different size ones, right? Yeah. So maybe this one should be the biggest one. The one that goes here. It's just gonna be some like real generic corporate logo looking thing. Maybe like okay. But we don't want it to be that one. We want it to be like there's no like size between those two, that's a shame. Maybe I want a round one, I think. Now we need to be able to select the excellent sign behind all this stuff. There we go. That R needs to move across very slightly. It's a little bit too close to the E. restaurant. And then we just need like a little bit of that color again, maybe. Just no, not that, not like that. Just like this. Or maybe not even that color. Maybe it should be a different color. What are the colors that we have used recently? Any interesting stuff? So it's so like I don't know. It's not the worst side ever. I don't really like the color of this one anymore. I'm not sure what I'd go with though. I hate how like doing this doesn't change where this is on the color wheel. It should like take it to where, you know, to where you put it. And sometimes you just want to make a minor adjustment to it. Restaurant. I don't know. Maybe that's too generically boring looking. Maybe if I like got some like I don't know, some triangles or something on here. Maybe like a triangle here. Okay, come on. There we go. I want to make this like. I was gonna make it black, but maybe it's nice it being that color. This can be the same color as that one, which was this color, this color, this color. That's the one. Yeah, it looks better with the triangle in there. Looks more interesting now. Still looks a little bit weird. I kind of like it. I almost feel like it needs to be wait. Yeah, it needs to be more. There needs to be more going on down here or something. Or maybe just having like the pull back filled in would look better. I think it does. Yeah, it does. It does just look better having that whole back bit filled in. Don't think that. It looks like someone took like a, I don't know, like an 80s video rental store logo and then like made all the colors like modern colors instead. But it's still got that real video rental store look. Maybe we can like stick a few little triangles around over here. And here, just to like, the trouble with like adding, when you think something looks bad, you just add more things to it. Doesn't necessarily make it look any better, does it? Sometimes the more you add, the worse it gets. I was thinking of like rotating these triangles in like random directions, but maybe they're... No, they do need to be rotated in random directions. What if they like... point around in a line or something? Like a little circle. Instead of being random. Well, it could just be random. I feel like this one needs to rotate slightly as well, actually. Just a little bit, so it's not like perfectly straight down. Alright. Maybe we just like... Oops, oh, like that. Very silly. Maybe just the one. I don't know. Really don't know what I'm doing here at all. Sure it shows. That looks alright. Restaurant. So I can't do proper art. I can put a bunch of random shapes together and it looks kind of like art. Looks close enough to art. A bit like... not sure about how these bits here line up. I need to replace these with some panels to get it to not like stick out like that. Limestone. Oh. Limestone wall trims as well. Got limestone wall trim. That would be the best way to go about this. Probably going from this guy, using that to line up where these are meant to be. That's pretty much perfect. This one right there. What we're going to have to do is put these in this way a little bit. Hope that doesn't cause any trouble. If you're looking for trouble, you've found it. Okay, and then pull the whole thing down so that it doesn't intersect the roof. We can do it from here. Are these intersecting each other a little bit? No, they're not good. And then here we need to fill in with some more of these guys. Just so that this whole wall is not... I'm gonna need to like do something to stop it Z5 though. Which means maybe it will have to be a pixel out of line regardless, but it will still probably look better than having that one little like line of... Yeah. See, that looks better. Just like a pixel out of line. This needs to be like the same thing. It's set value. It's weird that that one isn't. Oh no, that one is too. I was gonna say if this one's not, but this one also is. Yeah. I'd rather things be ever so slightly out of place, like by a single pixel that you're never going to notice, because we're not going to be like zoomed in like this on the building. We're going to be looking at it like this, but you can't see that. But you can notice the Z fighting at the levels that we're going to look at it from. And that looks great. Real happy with this. We managed to actually finish this thing with this stream. Well, I say finish. There are probably a few like finishing touches and things that we're going to need to do next stream. Oh yeah. Technically I should be finishing the stream now, but I'm not going to do that. Because we've got work to do here. We've got a cool window to make. I want to make like I want to make like a cool window. I just said that. And the window that I make, which will be a cool window, it's going to be cool. And also a cool window that I coolly make. Real cool. I'm not going to be able to like rotate these. So they go like... How am I going to do the... I'm glad these wall decorations exist. What's this? Oh. These like trim pieces and stuff. Oh. Trim. Unfortunately, all of these are like on the grid. Oh look, these are the things which you can use to... Oh no. Man, I wish these were not grid pieces, because these are really useful looking bits, but they are all grid pieces. So they're not useful at all. Grid pieces. Not even once. Okay, this bit will actually need to just go back to where it was. I want to make like a, you know, a window that follows the stairs. Doing the upside down slopes is going to be annoying, because we're going to have to do it with these panels, which means a lot of like finagling. But we can do that. We can finagle. Expert finanglers here. Maybe we'll be lucky and it will be a 15-degree thing. Nope. It's not. So, that's close. Seems pretty good. Push it up here. It's like, it's not perfect, I don't think, but it'll do. It'll do. I don't know how we're gonna like reach it up to there. I kind of want it to be square at the ends too. I want it to be quite narrow, I think. Can make it square at the ends by doing the 45-degree thing here, I think. Hi, she's Banana's brother. You love the content, but I can't please stop cursing. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm very sorry. I'll never do that again. I'm so sorry, I'm Banana's brother. I hope you let Banana keep watching. Tell his mum or dad, whoever it was, that was here before, that I'm also sorry to them. You're joking again? I don't believe you. I don't think you are. I don't think you're joking at all. I did say I would stop swearing, but that was a lie. If I had to stop swearing, what I'd do. Be like bottling it all up inside instead. That's not what you want. Okay, so that's good. You're trolling again. What? How dare you? Who do you think you are, coming in here and trolling? God damn it. How are we gonna do this? I can't really have it go any further than that, can I? Like, with the pieces I'm using, the way I'm doing this. I really want it to be longer than that, which is what she said. You know I'm trolling you back. Yeah, well, you know, you got it right. One good turn deserves another. As I'm pretty sure the kids don't say. Maybe. I'm sure some of the kids say that. Probably not too many. Why are we building like the big full one when you just need the little baby one? Oh. I actually kind of like the idea. Like, that was an accident. I like the look of it, having like just like bits that stick out. Just as just a very like minor decoration on here. Some like squares. I don't know. Maybe not all like at weird levels. Maybe like just along this wall, because there aren't going to be any windows along this wall. So it has a decoration to stop the wall from being too boring. We could just have like some squares that are evenly spaced along here, stick out, serve no purpose. And presto. Yeah, I didn't mean to go out of the thing. We're going to cover up that spot too. Which might need to be done with one of these. Okay, let's see. Give me the red arrow, not the blue arrow. Wrong color. How would that look? I think just because it's like, it's not long enough. Again, what she said. But if we could get it like a little bit longer, maybe, just maybe it would work out. What? Why is it? The axis changed for some reason when I select both of them at once, so do them one by one. Kind of need to put in all the bits to be able to tell if it's gonna work or not. I always feel like I need a shape that's more like this. Ah, I should have just not bothered doing this window at all. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it to look right anyway at all that I try to do it, unless. Okay, so most of this we're going to need to get rid of. Well, a lot of this we're going to need to get rid of, but not that bit. Okay, so okay, like that. Get rid of all those bits. Is there a bit there? No, there's not. Okay, right there. That's that. Cool. If we can grab, do we have like a nice? Have to grab like this piece and then replace it with a big boy piece. And then we'll have to put it on its side. if I could make like, so instead of having it be square at the ends, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get like a shape that I like here. We'll try. Let's pull this to here. See, like, what's the very biggest that we could possibly make this window? Probably like 2 of these long would be about as big as I want it to be. It's like that. How's that? It's too pointy at the ends then. Okay, I suppose there are other angles that could be used other than the angles of the things that are here. So we could go like that. Oh. That's kind of actually better than how we had it before. The straight bits. It's unfortunate how like the textures don't quite go together perfectly, but just wanted to see what kind of like weird shape that we'd made in there. It was a weird shape. Okay, it's not going to be able to be this long then. This will have to go to there then. That shape kind of works. I don't like absolutely love it, but I think it works well enough. The alternative would be square windows, square there. I like having like an interesting shape on here. We don't want to be all squares, right? All squares is boring. Well, not all squares, but you know, not all rectangles and squares. We'll have some like non-rectangular, non-square shapes. Although still quadrilaterals. We need to turn the angle snap off. God damn it. That was the wrong axis. Which axis do we want? The blue axis. We got the blue axis. Good. We're gonna need to like make sure we line these up pretty much perfectly. The blue axis. That might be perfect. Oh, it is. Lovely. Very nice. And now we can turn angle snap back on. We can like fiddle around with the exact shapes of these things. Wait, what? Is it not the blue axis anymore? It should be the blue axis. Is it just because it's like, okay, it was just embedded inside the wall. Okay, good. What? What? Oh. I know what I did wrong. Silly me. There we go. Oh no. The green arrow is not the right arrow. Yeah, we got it perfectly back in place. Wait, how is the green arrow not the right arrow? The green arrow is pointing in the way I want. Oh, wait. What? Okay. The arrows are a little bit like whack right now. Even though it is parallel, the arrows like aren't parallel. I suppose because of the weird angles we're working with, isn't it? All of them are going to be like that. Unless I like, try to move only a single thing at a time. Okay, we'll do this as well. Have to like, have to get it all lined up. Once we get this window done, there we go. That'll definitely be up for the stream too today. Well, I say definitely, unless I see something else that I really want to do. I think like the entire building will finish off next stream tomorrow. I feel like this bit here that's not out of line. It does need to go down ever so slightly. Too much of it is sticking out. Alright. Just do this. And Another one. Okay. We need a bit more length out of it. I suppose I should do one of these guys in the middle. Which is going to be fun because we'll have to line it up perfectly with, like we have with all the others. Yeah, that's right. I guess I need to line it up with. Probably I'll line it up with the wall, and then we'll rotate it. It's a good thing it's a nice long piece. It makes it easier to line up the rotation. Okay, not quite there yet, but almost. Oh. There we go. He does it. Now we rotate like that. We come in here. Come in here. Shove that shit in there. And it should be like, you know what, I want it to be lined up with those two. Which means that the windows also need to be lined up with those two. So this whole thing needs to rotate that way slightly and then be repositioned. Wait. Good lord. Oh no. Why did I want it to do this? Why did I want to do this? How we need to adjust positions of the windows. Whoa. Oh no. Don't tell me. It's not quite wide enough. I'm pretty sure this is the widest window as well. The widest glass thing. Material. Glass. What else have we got? And wall decorations. These are the 4x4s. There might be a bigger one. 1x1. 2x, no, it does not. Ooh. I guess we could just have more bits. Use by 1. It would have to be 2x1. But that one, there's no like 4x1 or something, is there? 4x4, 4x, no, there's not. It's 2x2. Maybe if there's like, I could do like more, yeah, okay. We try to do it like this, see how this looks. That didn't actually move it, did it? Good. Okay, that's too much. We need to get these like so they're just touching the edge, just like kissing it, and hope that one of these would be wide enough to cover that gap. I don't think it will be. Oh, it is. It like just is. Oh, if it's not, it's by like a pixel, so it's fine. We move these guys like this a little bit so that that little corner isn't poking out there. Perfect. I'm gonna get this material filter up. Wait, why is that not lined up with the other one yet anymore? Let's just copy this one, that'll be easiest way to get it lined up. It'll be on the right axis too. Okay, this will look kind of cool, I think, maybe. We could even do it like this. And grab this guy. Wham. 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 This want. Kind of now want to do something different. Again, as usual. Okay, we've had a look at that. Now we're going to have a look at something different. And the stream will go on. Okay, good. Check out this. This one can go up here. This can go like over here a bit. Copy this guy down. Yeah, I like that better. Alright, the window is done. That means the stream will also be done. Wow, what? Did it take me like half an hour to do this window? Or maybe even longer. I don't know. It took me a while to do this window. I think it's worth it. Oh, no. I don't know, noticed that before. We can do something about that. Let this be a lesson. Always make everything square. Never try to be interesting. You'll only make things hard for yourself. Okay, what if there's this one, right? We could try this 1 by 0.5 meter thing in here. Have a bit more going on in there. Maybe a two by one. Stream goes on. 1 by 1. That will make it a 2 by 1 again. So we don't have to worry about it potentially not being long enough. Okay, cool. And now we do this, and I've already seen where another problem is going to arise. And maybe it will be okay. What are these things called? Vertical. Oh. Plank. Say plank and look in roof trims. Not just glass. Yeah, there's only the one height. There's only the one length of these things. They only come in very long. So what I could do is like that. I liked it better the way it looked earlier, but that way it was not possible. Yeah. So I wish we had triangle glass pieces. Those would work really well here. But we don't. Anyway, that's fine. It's kind of interesting looking. And it's the best it's gonna get. So that's it. It's good enough. If I had triangle glass pieces, I could make a much better one. But I don't. I'm pretty sure I don't. Like, there are triangle glass pieces, but they're not this kind of glass, so... There. Yeah, this one doesn't come in triangles. The only one, I think, like these triangles and stuff. But I think some of these are grid pieces as well. Yeah. Maybe all of these are grid pieces. There you go. So even if it was the right kind of glass, we couldn't use it because it's a grid piece. Sadly. Unless there's like some kind of glass shapes or something, then no, there's not. I suppose what we could do, we could like get one of these, if any of these is the right size, and like fill in a slot. But then these are the wrong shape of triangles. I need right angle triangles, not equilateral triangles. So they're not happy. They only have one kind of triangle. There's only equilateral triangles, there's no right angle ones. It's pyramids. But no. No. And once more, no. None of those awesome ideas are gonna work. I suppose the one awesome idea that might work is this one, right? We go plan. Turn this into one of these. These then. How thick is that? Like I was thinking, maybe we fill in a spot. Just one spot with like, actually the red works even. Make it look a little bit more interesting. I want it to also cover where this bit is here, so that's not going to stick out. Good. This one shouldn't stick out either then. Hopefully, it's quite long. Oh, it does slightly stick out. No, no. That's the best I can do with it. Might be able to adjust the heights of these other things to like make this work though, because it's very close to working. And then pull this guy down a little. There we go. That works. I like that. It now looks way more interesting, and it looks more like... just the way those things were crossing down there didn't look right, you know? It didn't look like it was meant to be that way. It just looked like, whoops, some bits have been misplaced. But here, it looks like it's meant to be like that, which it is now. It's now meant to be like that. That looks cool. Alright, there we go. The restaurant. Not quite like complete. Whoa. Look at this crowd. Jeez. They will come to admire the restaurant. It's not quite absolutely completed. The structure itself is almost all completed. I might end up putting another window or two in. Maybe a window here. Probably just there, actually. This is the only wall that might end up getting an extra window. But we've got an hour extra today, so that'll be enough. That will be enough. I like that thing there, which just happened by accident too. Saving your zoo. It's taking a long time. Okay. Man, it takes that long to save, and we've only built like 2 buildings. Imagine how long it's going to take to save once this thing's full. Like, look at the size of the zoo. We might not fill up the entire map, but oh boy. I'm not exactly going to start using less pieces. If anything, I'll be using even more pieces on. Like, as I get more comfortable with the game, I'll be making even more complicated buildings. That's a good shot of the restaurant. You get like, you get the sign, you get a bit of the balcony, you get this cool like angle window. Really happy with it. Loving that. Okay, let us exit to main menu. Planet Zoo. And I'll head off. So thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed, and I hope you have a lovely rest of your day and or night. Bye. We'll be back tomorrow with... Hey, stop that talking. Every time. We'll be back tomorrow with more Planet Zoo. I think it's this guy. Yeah, it's this guy. Oh, 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 oh. That's me. Alright. Bye.